live. Hello, everyone. We are live. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the stream. You could be watching from anywhere in the world or the country. I appreciate that. We're having our late night special. I'll be switching over the screens. Alright. Hello. Greetings. I hope that everybody's had a good week, and I'm going to talk about some different things, and I'm going to play the game first, as usual. And here we go. I'm going to put the chat in the window. Alright, there we go. So, I'm going to now start the game. Okay. There we go. Now the game is launching. So, and today for me was a really interesting day, and with all of you, I would be interested to see how y'all's week went. And hello, Mary. Good to see you. Watching from planet Earth. That's good. One of my favorite planets. Alright, now it's time to bring this window down here. And here we will begin. Alright, now it's time for the game part. We play this a little bit in the beginning, because it's something interesting we like to do, and also while we wait for others to come, we are here. Planet Kiot. Scared? Oops. Alright, so here we go. Shift, okay. So now I am going off, and I'm going to sail right into the ship. And then I'm going to fire at him. Did some good dodging there. Alright, good. So we see some ships. You see the Navy ship, and this ship is interesting. Yeah, that's because they reached a high level with their, fighting skills. So, yeah, so I was watching the trial today, the Oxford shooting, and there were some cringe moments with the attorney and stuff, and I think basically I trusted the jury will do the right thing about that. And we had an interesting conversation last night about the different things in regular news. That stuff was cool too. And hold on one second. Okay, I'm back. Alright. It's all good. Something with the microphone. And now what I'm about to do, and this is the behemoth, I'm about to fire at it. They sunk one of the ships over there. That's pretty good. Okay, now we're firing that way and then this way. Well, there is. And I'll explain about the Oxford shooting in a little bit when I read the articles. So I just got hit a little bit, but that's okay, it's no big deal. And we gotta be careful about this ship right here. Yeah, and she called out the people, the attorney called out people on the internet with their keyboards. And I thought that was, everyone was freaking out on her and roasting her in the chat. It was funny because, like, no, that has never happened before as long as I've seen it, about people that people were basically, oh, I got a little bit distracted for a second. So people were talking about the hypocrisy which she was doing and stuff like that, and roasting her more. I like watching trials, are fun. As in my opinion, I think the mother did neglect in that situation. And we'll see what else is going on a little bit. And I like talking about the roofs and stuff, was pretty cool. Now I'm going to speed into this ship right here. Okay, there we go. I got that. I got that ship defeated. Well, not defeated, but almost defeated. In a moment. Alright, that's good. So basically, we're about to get this ship, this other one. And when this ship is gone, I'm going to do this one more thing before I keep going. It's turning, here we go, and we're going to turning ships right here. All right. Hey, one moment. I'm back. So, yeah, so basically, in the attorney during the whole trial, the different days, I was acting really unprofessional and immature. I really didn't like it, and the other people in the chat didn't either. Hello, Mary. Good to see you. I like, I like the emojis. Nice. Now I'm gonna go and dock real quick. Oops, they got me. They hit me with something heavy. Alright, so it looks like they sunk the ship, so I'm gonna go and get it repaired again. And Monday is when, speaking of the trial, Monday is when they're going to, the jury will continue to see which, their decision. Repair. Now we're back out in the seas and we're going to go and get some more. Yeah, so basically, and I think that it was really rude and strange what the attorney was saying, and in that one, in the different trials that were there, in the different days, not the different trials. A lot of people just not people neglecting their kids and stuff. I just think that people need to take responsibility for their actions. And I missed all of them. Yeah, so it looks like they're all in a little cluster right there, and they're going to try to attack. Yeah, they're trying to rain nuclear fire on me in the game. And I was watching the trial stuff. As I said, it was fun, and I hope everyone had a good weekend. And if anybody's planning anything interesting, I'd like to know in the comments, in the reruns, or if people are watching, those that are watching can talk about it if they want. I saw family and friends today. It was pretty cool. It was a good stream last night. We got hit a little bit. Yeah, a spaceship with a box of bubbles. The cat. Yeah. So in the game, I was firing at some ships, and now I'm going into port. And they got my ship a moment ago, and now I repaired it. Now I'm gonna go and repair this ship on my own rather than using them to help. So basically, I did good with today with that stuff and planning out the garden. I have some more seeds coming in soon. Now I'm going to repair this ship this way because it's not sunk. Hello, Sarah. Good to see you. Okay, now we're repairing this. As usual, repairing the ship. And Sarah, hope you had a good day today, and or having a good day, and hope your weekend goes well. Yeah, and then with hammering the wood, and basically it's going to be raining really hard tomorrow down here. And Sarah, I was saying a moment ago about so I was watching the trial today about the Oxford shooting, the mother, the trial for her, and I was telling Mary Toodles and the other people listening a moment ago that there was this situation where the attorney was talking about the people on the internet with their keyboards. So she was talking about us watching the trial, and it was like that was some wild stuff, and everybody was roasting her. It was funny. And okay, Sarah, I understand. Thanks. Hammering some more wood. He didn't know this, and then because she was like, "Oh, something paraphrasing," and all those people on their keyboards at home watching this and saying about how she is not this, the best attorney and the stuff she does wrong, and then she start ranting about her family and herself. So that was her closing argument. It was about ranting about herself and ranting about her great client. And it's like when the last thing, in my opinion, you would do is give a depressed young person a gun. That's the last thing I think you would give them, and not give them help. Like it seems counterintuitive, and that's what the 17,000 other people think. It's like it's a clown show, it really was. But the whole chat was going berserk for the 3 hours. It was really interesting. And I'm going to read articles about it so everybody can understand what's going on. And Sarah Nash watched the stream last night. He rewatched it. He's thankful that you and the others subscribed to him, and he thought the stream was great. He just didn't know some of the new people, but he was glad to see it. Yeah, because basically, and that's what I want to do when I read the article. I'll explain it so people can know what's going on. So what happened was the Oxford school. There was a shooting. A young person, he shot up the school, and his mother's on trial for neglect. That's what's going on. Those that don't know, and I'll read the article about it in a little bit. Everybody can understand the situation. That's Cuba over there, looking good. Yes, sir, exactly. And now I'm going to shoot this little Navy ship right here. Okay, Sarah. But I was going to do that anyway. I was going to read the. That's part of the what I'm going to do in the show. One of them has appeared right in front of me. One of the ghost ships. It appeared out of nowhere. Wow. Some of my cannons got to hit it. That's good. Okay. So we got the Phantom ship out lurking over there, and going to bring this in. Okay. And like I remember how like people were saying it was like they're like during the Johnny Depp trial how people acted was kind of goofy. This was in some ways a little bit even more goofy, especially calling out people online. I know, Mary. That's why I briefly explained what the trial is about, and I intended to talk about it. I'm going to read an article about it in a little bit, so everybody can understand. That's what I intended to do. Because when I was saying I was going to make a rant about the trial, I worded a certain way so people would understand a little bit of what the context is, and I would read an article so they would know what I'm talking about. And speaking of ships, I think that the like I was seeing recently, there is a Titanic sinking. Like there's a brochure for the Titanic that was going to be launched a couple of days after it came to New York, but of course that never happened because it sunk. Now I'm about to ram into a ghost ship. I sunk the ghost ship. Hurrah. Okay, they hit us, and now we're going to hit them. I'm also going to grow the cotton plants again. See how that goes. It's been many years since I've done that. And like and then like the kid was asking for help and stuff, but he wasn't getting it. And I think that is cringe what happened. And talk about a remark about the trial, and I had a good time with them in the chat. It was pretty cool. And also I remember with the Titanic, going back to the Titanic one, I think that if it could have hit the ship directly, hit the iceberg, it would have done a little bit better than if it swiped it like that. It wasn't really designed to do swiping it. It was kind of like an icebreaker ship, which an icebreaker is a ship that directly hits an ice and it breaks ice. It's kind of goes with the name. So that's kind of what it was intended to do probably, but when you make a big hole in it, it doesn't really help it too much. It causes it to sink, obviously. And Sarah says to Mary, "Have you had the red miso?" All right, here we go. I love the train sound. So nice. Now I'm gonna be patching up the holes. Yeah, quick work. That's good. I like doing the bracing. Yeah, and Mary's not answering. I don't know if she got that yet, Sarah. Doing great cuts. That's good. Shortly, Sarah, I'm going to do the article. And also, basically, with there's different conspiracies about the Titanic and if the ships were switched. But the reason why that wouldn't really be a thing is because they were too complex, and it would be a little bit tedious to switch out essential parts of the ship for that to be a thing. And they look purposely different. Okay, one more little brace and the ship will be completely repaired. This one, this is the old-fashioned one. I like this one. All right, so as I was saying, so just like because I will do more talking about the Titanic, and basically now we have here this Vanguard ship I'm going to go and charge into. All right, and now we have these other ones. Alright, we were in Scurvy Shallows. And I like how, like, and also another thing about the attorney, she was reading from these, like, flashcards, these index cards, and that was very annoying. People, it was a completely annoying person. It's like, where do people find the attorneys like that? You know? Yeah, and Sarah says, hee hee, I love that too. Will be awesome adding thin daikon to it later and some green veggies. You sure can cook. Love the presenting yesterday. So I'm gonna pin that. That was sweet. Thank you. I'm getting all these ships pretty angry at me, and you know they're not going to win. I'm going to certainly get this done. So basically, what happened is that she congratulated Mary for the presentation. Yeah, thank you, Mary. And if you want to send any more, you can. And one of her, it's called some kind of upside down cake or something. It was in a newspaper in the early 2000s. She's very good at it. And thank you, Sarah, for the kind words. Okay, I upgraded a level. Exactly, not going to happen. Right. All right, great. I got that. That's good. Instantly. And we're doing pretty good on this one. And I love seeing the chats when they talk about, like, when they roast the different people and stuff. It's so funny. Oh, they don't walk the plank on these. That's not what they do on. It's like, I think I remember walking the plank on some of them, but not. You know, yeah, but in this game they don't do it. And I missed. Okay, then they're going to try to come here, and then we're going to go that way. Hitting them good. We're going to dodge that. Yeah, and there's a saying like two of a kind flock together, and that's what I feel about with that situation. I think that people should be mentally stable to have a gun, and they shouldn't be letting somebody in a situation like that have that. Alright. They rammed into me. That's not going to go well. We're going to have to go and take them out. Oh, this is acting goofy. Oh. Then we're going to go this way, and we're going to get it that way, too. Again, it missed. That's okay. Boom. I got that. Got that good. Be careful that I don't get too close to, because now it's shooting nuclear stuff at me. Oh, that's good. They sunk it. Now we're going that way. And it didn't work. Okay. Alright, good. They got it sunk. Yeah, great minds think alike. Yeah, definitely a shooting hazard, absolutely. Don't know what's going to happen. It's going to be alright. Okay. Ooh, okay. Careful here. Ooh, I don't know what's going to happen. Getting kind of close. Okay, we're going to go this way for a moment. We're going to unleash the cargo. We got enough here. So I'm dumping the cargo here so I could go and... Alright. Alright. That's one of my friends. He came along. That's good. Now this thing is being... what's it doing? Alright. Yeah, so my friend came kind of at the last minute, and I told him I'm back on the sea. All right, now we're bracing. We're doing bracing again. So I'm repairing the ship myself. That's something that you could do. And we're just gonna kind of go back and forth with the ship, and then soon I'll go and read the article for Sarah. Okay. Now we're going to go sail some more. There he is. Now we're gonna go sink some ships and do our thing. And he helps out a lot. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. You're welcome. Now we're going to do some of the ship sinking. Some of the ship sinking. I'm going to see if if the guy is out here. The other one. See one of the ships. Mary says here there. Mary says that to Sarah, sounds great. I'm sure it's tasty. Variety yum. Hey, now we're going to be firing. Alright, so now we got Sam in the game, and he's helping with the ship sinkings. It's always funny. Alright, so, yeah, and it ended early today with the trial. Yeah, we could do this a little bit and drift right in. Oh yeah, this is pretty cool. We're doing now. We're in business with the ship sinkings. Okay. Turn around a little bit. Boom. All right. So basically now we're sinking a bunch of ships. And yeah, I mentioned earlier. I think that yeah, tomorrow my area is gonna have a lot of bad weather. And next week I'll talk about the Oxford trial more because it'll probably be the final results will be known next week. Yeah, these pirate ships are funny. Yep, there we go. And there's this one lone ship way out in the middle of nowhere we're gonna go after. It's a ghost ship. I'm gonna go help this ship out here. Yes, amen. Amen. Now we're gonna help this ship out here that's in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, unleash the Kraken. Yes. There's a ship out there. I'm just kind of like vaguely assisting if it needs it. All right, we're gonna go take out these stupid ships. Scurvy shallows. Scurvy seed. Yeah, unleash the Kraken. Yeah. Okay, so now I'm firing at some stupid ship right now. Here we go. It's the rather than release the Kraken, release the Karens. Now I'm turning this way and attacking this. It's like this ghost ship is in the middle of nowhere. It's in the middle of nowhere. Whoa, okay. I'm on the right track. Oops. Yeah, I didn't dodge that right. Like, when an attorney says they want to delete themselves in the middle of a trial, it's just unprofessional, and everyone said that. Like, the news reported about it. And I think she was saying people on TikTok were making commentary about her, and now I'm making commentary about her through my YouTube stream. Nita Scrunvy sounds like the scary. Yeah, I agree, Sarah. Good point. Okay, so basically now what's going on is I am pulverizing this ship with no mercy, and we got the treasure chest. Yay! Yeah, so I think that it's important for people to use caution in these things, and hopefully from these trials people can learn what they should do and not do. These kind of ships, they go right through the island. Okay, we're gonna dodge those, and I'm gonna hit him right there. Now I'm turning this way. Here. So I'm good at keeping out the range of the enemy. And the sky is changing a little bit. It's getting more closer to evening. Scurvy. I think that's how it would say it in that voice. Scurvy. Alright, so now this one is almost done too. Oh, I didn't know that. I probably knew that, but I forgot. They're battling in the sunset. Thank you, Sarah. That's very sweet. Okay, going out of range of them, and then I'm hitting this ship. See, it's going to have fire and fury upon us, and they want to sink the ship, but that's not true. It's not going to happen. Sunk. You sunk that. Let's see. Right, there's no ships out here. We're gonna have to go back inland. Unless they sent the bounty at us. Scurvy seed. Sorry. Alright, so now I'm gonna try to find some of these ships. They look like they all disappeared. My friend Sam in the game said that Samuel's is his dad's name. Now, like we have like kind of like the names in the game are different in real life. Mine is Edward. And now we will have this Vanguard ship is going to go down. I missed, but he didn't miss because he's on the better cannon. Wow, that's pretty cool. This thing is pretty cool. I like the different night and day. I did. I did say it like that. Do you think I didn't do it? Okay. Let's see. The best maneuver is probably going to be this way. We still might get hit. Yep. Right, he's like doing some repairs on it. I'm just gonna go Scurfy. That's funny. Thank all of you for watching, listening, and sharing. I really appreciate it. Here was a bounty. The bounty hunter. Moon is out now. Scared. Alright, so now we're dealing with one of the bounty hunters. We're about to get him down. Looks like a little bit of a advantage there. Now we're going to fire. Fantastic. Now, now we're about to do some more repairing to the ship while we do that. Oh, one's coming 12 o'clock. Okay. Oh, I agree. It does look so cool. It gives me comfort. It gives me comfort. Scurvy. And you have them trying to come this way, try to follow me. It's like, why are they trying to follow me? It's like, you got this hunter, red dervish. He's trying to follow me. It's like, why is the red dervish trying to follow other men? Like, weird. Okay, it looks like we're about to wickedly get this ship annihilation. Now we is going to turn. Let's see. Is he ready? It looks like he's ready. And we're going to fire. Probably didn't work. Okay. So now we're going to go a little bit up, a little bit forward. And then we're going to go that way. Ooh. Hopefully we missed that. Okay. Fantastic. Okay. I'm going to maneuver this. I'm going to go that way and fire at will. Stay safe, everybody. And there. Here we go. Charge. 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 I had no way to really dodge that one. Okay, I have to go up a little bit more. It keeps... Ooh. Okay, now we have to repair. The ship is half dead. Now we're just going to go around and... Okay, it got me in a spot. The moon's way up there. And now what I'm doing is we're waiting for having the ship repaired. I'm going to keep on going, you know, while we have it repaired. So, and Sarah says, "See, yeah, it needs to do more original story videos." Yeah, Alien. Oh, those stories. There's been some stuff I've been doing, and I haven't gotten around to do those stories I usually would do, and I wish I did, but I am going to do more of those. They're in production. But yeah, I was thinking of that, like the stories. It's like it's been a little while since I've done that, and also the ship is being repaired steadily. Yeah, charge. Yeah, that was funny. Oh, and you got another. I don't know why this other ship is trying to follow men around. Okay, we're gonna go catapult, and it didn't catapult because I turned in the moment. Okay, okay, okay. Go this way. Okay, I'm gonna drift a little. Oh, we're repaired now. We can fight now. Okay, we just gotta get a little bit. And a shout out to Peach that's watching the stream. Shout to her. And we're going to go here a little bit. And we're going to go there. Okay. All right. Got that. And just kind of go that way a little bit. Yeah, thanks, Sarah. I appreciate the support. Yes, yeah. Shout out to Sarah too. Very positive, very cool people. And yeah, okay, we're ready to fight now. Okay, we're slowly turning. Guns, no pun intended. Pun intended. Oh, I like how all the things didn't go the right way. It's nice. Okay, I'm doing it. We're getting rid of this ship. He did a lot of work trying to repair it. Okay. I hear a ghost or something laughing in the distance. And he tried to ram me, but it missed. I'm like, come on. Now we're gonna go this way. I'm gonna get him. And cannons. What's wrong with you, cannons? Okay, we're gonna go really quick this way. We're gonna glide. Okay, now we're gonna turn a little bit this way and get the ship. And I didn't get it. I didn't get it. But my friend, he's doing great. He's annihilating the ship. Okay. Hey, great. Now we're gonna go to Raven's Cove. Right out in the distance at Spooky Island. See, that's the Dipper. Okay. And we're gonna have the ship repaired. Hey, SE. Bro, good to see you, man. Glad that you're here. Laughing here quietly. Scared, great job, thanks. Yeah, SC, we're having a great time. I was ranting about the trial earlier. Oh, we got some more ships that are trying to follow men around. What? We're gonna sail into the abyss so we don't collide into those other ships. Oh, we're gonna go quickly. Run. Pulls up crew chair. Ah, good job. Good job. And also, I'm gliding. Yeah, you see, they're trying to look at these two ships. It's like trying to follow men around. Like, come on. All right. So the ship's almost repaired. I'm gonna probably dock. I don't know. We might tag team these ships. And see, I have been listening to every stream. I get busy sometimes because I'm on call. Oh, well, that's nice of you to listen in. Oh. Okay, I gotta speed. I gotta do some speeding. It's going 18 knots. Oh yeah, he dropped into the corn part of the show. Yeah, because with the corn, I was talking about how sweet corn is the smaller plants I grow, and you could eat it off the cob, and the other plants, the taller corn, is not the corn you eat. It's like has to be processed first. Okay, we're ready to fight. Let's see, I got the advantage, and we're right by Raven's Cove. We need to go there. Let's see how this goes. This is gonna go good. What comes up must come down. Boy. See, this is an advantage point. All right, now we're gonna hit it. See, it doesn't really get me, and I missed kind of, but since he's around, speed, 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 speed. Okay, we have to have because when I get back, oh they just swerve right up to me. That's hilarious. Okay, well now we have a very good advantage right here. Yeah, that's cool. Ah, all right, we split them up. That's good. You get things get annoying sometimes when when they're all like cluttered. Now I divided them. There we go. Cheerio. I hear a ghost in the other room. Since when Since when did this house become haunted? It's new to me. I remember one of these ships just glided right up to me. Ooh, it's gonna hit us. Okay. Okay. Safety. Okay, we gotta be careful here. I'll be with you all in a moment. Okay. It's at a safe enough range. Oh, that's good. Turn complete. Okay. It'll work now. Okay, we got this one more. It's gonna be. This is edgy. It's gonna be edgy because we're half dead. We got this. Okay. This is gonna be close. I'm kind of going out of range of their cannon fire. Unless they try to ram me. Yeah, thanks, chat, for the support. Ah, good. We got him. Okay. Okay. Almost there. We got it. We got another one. Ooh. I have to run. All right, good. We got them. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Another gay ship. Okay. Alien, my pirate ship would have lots of Christmas lights. Yes, it would. It would. It would also would have lots of candle lights, especially in this time period. See, look. Evening looks so nice. It's early morning, technically. See, that's the sun coming up. All right, so we're speeding past the stupid ship, and he's trying to throw shade, but I go cruise like Cascade. All these ships are gonna need first aid. Word. The moon looks so beautiful. So yes, it would be an issue. It was ignoring that, and they would be coming a mile away though, and inside, not only outside. Oh, they got two of them. We're gonna go to Ravens Cove shore. Okay, Cuba. Where's Cuba? Cuba's like up a little ways from here. It's that way. Oh. 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 We could fight him now. Okay. Let's just do this again. Let's make sure I get out of the range. Ooh, we're getting close. I have to duck this way. And you have to go duck. Oh no, no. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna catapult. Okay, they got me in a trap for a second. Now I'm going to immediately go to Cuba. Set sail to Cuba. Immediately going to Cuba. They almost got me for a second. I miscalculated that. Alright, smooth sailing to Cuba. Okay. Kind of getting them out of my tail a little bit. Because they're trying to, gangbang up on me. It's not. It's kind of messed up. To that to another dude ship. Weird. Alright. Okay. Well, we made it. I won. See these stupid ships back here. They're trying to gang up on me. Okay. Arrived at Cuba. Get him. In the distance. They're going to get him. Let's see. There's a globe. We're going to go put this in the trash cans. We don't need it. Trash it. And we're going to put this gator gun here. Alright. Okay, we're going to go get some garb. They call it garb. And we're going to throw that away. And we're going to put this one here. And that on my head. Okay. Alright, so my friend might have he's helping out a friend, and I have this hat on. Let's see what it looks like. It looks weird on me or not. Let's see. Interesting. All right. Okay, so we told each other good night. I told him and I, we both exchanged that. So I'm going to now, soon we're getting into the other topics. Like, I'm going to talk about the Oxford thing. Here we go. And also, all right, now I'm going over to, we're going to talk about the Oxford shooting, and we'll open up the other tab. Thank all of you for watching, listening, liking, and sharing, and all that different stuff. Thank you. Okay, so yeah, you like the sunrise too. All right. So now we're going to. I'm getting spooked out. There's more ghosts in here. All right. All right, we're switching windows now. For all to see, away. Okay. All right. Well, we're going to the next part. We're going to talk about the Oxford shooting incident and some more things about it. All right. Now we're going to switch over to the other window. Here we go. We're going to capture. All right. So we got the cats here. We got the cat crew right here. Okay. Here we go. So yeah, we got the kiosks. All right. All right. All right. Closing arguments conclude in trial of Jennifer Crumley, mother of Oxford High School shooter. And we're going to close that window out. Close that window out. Okay, good. So, closing arguments for the trial. So, Jennifer Crumley cross examination ended Friday, and closing arguments began. Oakland County prosecutor Karen McDonald began her closing argument on Friday and said it wasn't easy to watch the trial and hear about how the four students were deleted in Oxford High School shooting. McDonald spoke about the facts of the case and explained involuntary manslaughter and gross negligence and what it means to be found guilty of the crime. We have proven beyond reasonable doubt that she, Jennifer Crumley, is guilty of 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter. McDonald said it's a rare case. It takes some really gregarious facts. It takes the unthinkable, and she has done the unthinkable. Because of that, 4 kids have died. egregious facts. The egregious facts, it takes the unthinkable, and she has done the unthinkable, and because of that, the kids have been deleted. Jennifer Crumbly's attorney, Shannon Smith. So Shannon's the one I was talking about earlier, and basically she's this attorney the Crumbly lady has. It's really cringe. That was roasting trying to throw shade on the people online that were talking about her and being critical about her, and that we're on our keyboards and we know everything, and everybody, the entire chat, rained arrows that block out the sun at her, and she was no more. Pretty much, and like the 17,000 people there had something to say about it. I and others were having a good time roasting her and saying the ridiculousness about it. Like, she was acting unprofessionally. She didn't speak well, in my opinion, and Mary Toodle's opinion. And my grandma even said the lady was not acting right from what she saw, the little clips of it. And basically, she had this giant stack and it was going to fall over. And the judge had her to not do that. And then she said she wanted to delete herself. She's angry. So it just was really entertaining, but it wasn't the best thing for her to have. All right. Jennifer Crumbly attorney Shannon Smith delivered her closing arguments following McDonald's and spoke for more than 90 minutes. See, I was there. I saw that. It was like more than 90 minutes. It's like 3 hours, and she was talking about her life. Her kids don't like her. How, the ramen didn't go well. The daughter didn't like that, and it's like, well, that's what just. And she was talking about her own shortcomings and about how her client likes horses and stuff. But it's good if you have a kid that is playing with Ouija boards and is trying to sees demons in the house and stuff. It's a problem. And the kid was asking for help and it didn't get it. They just gave the kid. So SE, I'll catch you up. So the closing arguments today were for this child. So this kid, who's 15, I think around 15 years old, he was having problems with his mental upstairs. He was having problems in his head, and he shot up a school. 4 people were deleted, 4 students at the Oxford school, and he was asking for help, and his parents didn't give him help, so the parents were on trial for neglect. So SE, they gave a 9mm Terrace pistol to their kid as a gift. A kid that's depressed and suicidal, that wants to delete himself or delete other people. Like Latina and other people told me that when people get suicidal, they could get homicidal, that they're in conjunction with each other. So you could see this being played out and in real time. So basically, rather than getting the kid help or getting evaluated for some kind of challenge or something, they give him a gun as a gift. And the father couldn't even afford it, so he found the money somewhere from somebody, and the wife even cheated on him. The lady on trial cheated on her husband. And, okay, Essie. Yeah. So it's basically real cringe, and how that's what you do in that kind of situation. And then he was playing with the Ouija boards. He was seeing demons and ghosts and things around the house, and he was asking for help, begging for help. He didn't get any, and he went and acted on his feelings. And yeah, so I think it's, in my opinion, guilty by neglect, and really a cringe attorney. She was really rude to all of us 17,000 people. Billy was cringe, and it's the first time we were brought up, because it's like we were never brought up in anything, and then these people on these keyboards that think that they know everything and talking bad about me, and it's like, come on. It's like even Amber Heard and her defense never called us out. We're just we're in the background's background. Remember, I think Addie said we're the 13th jury. So yeah, it was a cringe. Yeah, families need Jesus. Amen. Self-defense is good, important. I think it's important for people the correct mental state and age to learn about firearms if they so choose. But to not, there's certain people like this is not was not the wise decision. Like, I just, because the title of this video, it's the rant about this, and that's what I'm doing. And yeah, with yeah, Mary saying the TV became haunted because we inherited the TV over a TV over there from uh, George, who passed away. Rest in peace. He was an older neighbor of ours, and my family knew him for many, many, many years. And the TV's acting kind of strange sometimes, so Mary and I came up with the joke that the TV's haunted by him. All right. Yeah, and SC's made an excellent point. I don't know why he retracted it, but he was saying that he thinks it's good too, but the situation the specific kid was in, he shouldn't have had one ever. That's the last thing you do. I just I know there's stupid people, all right, but you got like people that make stupid marveled. Okay, so he said, SE. Okay, he was doing something clever there. So I think the Second Amendment is good, but prior to how he was acting, not good. Exactly, SE. Because then so McDonald, Karen, yeah, Karen was good. She was the prosecutor. It just the other one was acting cringe. Like Shannon, we were all like ripping on Shannon. It was hilarious. Like she stood no chance. And McDonald filing Smith's closing arguments with rebuttal. After closing arguments, Judge Cheryl Matthews instructed the jury to return 9 a.m. on Monday to the deliberation of instructions. Dispute over the text messages exchange between Jennifer Crumbly and attorney about the turning self in. On the trial began with dispute over text messages between Jennifer Crumbly and her defense attorney Shannon Smith before the mother was found in a Detroit studio space. Chief Assistant Prosecutor David Williams said that because Jennifer Crumbly testified that she was waiting to turn herself in based on advice of her attorney and the attorney-client privilege would be waived and the court should be able to view the messages. Yeah, that was just, and she seemed she seemed very self-centered. Okay, SC, understood. The defendant was very self-centered. Smith said that she had no idea Jennifer Crumbly would say. Shannon had said she had no idea Jennifer Crumbly would say this and asked for it to be struck from the record. Oakland County Judge Cheryl Matthews said that it wasn't going to happen. Cringe Nation. Judge Matthews reviewed the text messages and gave a copy of them to the prosecution to review. Yeah, so Shannon was complaining one time about how she was not getting enough information from the prosecution, and they had a big fight right at the end. Like, she's like a first grader. She needed comfort. Jennifer Crumbly's cross-examination. Jennifer Crumbly took the stand Friday for her cross-examination over Matthews, determined that the text messages between the mother and her lawyer could be used in court. The prosecution asked questions about her horses, and she agreed that it was an expensive and time-consuming hobby. They also discussed the affair between Brian Melche and brought up the Adults Friend Finder, an app that she and Melche used to set up meetings with other people. The mother said that they never met with anyone from the app, but agreed to the fact that she did message people and set up the meetings. Yeah, I remember when this happened. It was like, you know, really cringe to go through. And then Jennifer Crumbly was also asked about the phone calls she made while in custody, and she didn't mention her son until 14 calls later. The messages sent between Jennifer Crumbly and her attorney were read in court at 7:02 p.m. on December 3. Smith texted the mother about getting her and James Crumbly from the studio in the morning. We do not think it will help to make a statement that you're coming back and now or that it will be tomorrow a.m. We can say that we told everyone you were coming back. And as of tomorrow a.m., you were back, Smith said. Recap of the sixth day of the testimony in Jennifer Crumbly's trial. On Thursday, she testified that her son never asked for help for his mental health and that she never felt he needed professional help, which contradicts her son wrote in his journal. So they literally showed like this journal. Like you could see a picture of it, and the dude was asking for help, and he drew pictures of his gun, and he was going to go and delete people. So she's a liar, and she's like self-centered. It's just you got to take responsibility for your actions. In addition, Jennifer Crumbly testified about the text messages the shooter sent her about seeing demons, but she said she had thought her son was just messing around. Yeah, of course. Like I write everybody in chat on a regular basis about seeing demons for no reason. It's like, for no reason. Like, you were gonna neglect your son, and he's just seeing demons and stuff, and it's just so cringe. And the mother was questioned about the gun she used in the shooting, and Jennifer Crumbly testified her husband was in charge of storing the gun because she didn't feel comfortable doing that. Aw, she was scared. She said that the gun had secured in her home and that she didn't know where the key to the cable lock was kept. The mother also said she didn't believe her son knew where the key was kept either. Doy. James Crumbly's trial begins in March. The shooter was sentenced to life in prison without parole. Exactly, Essie. And this dude was playing with the Ouija boards, which is like playing with dynamite, and it's summoning fallen spirits and stuff. And then like the way Shannon was talking about this was like, oh, he was playing with a Ouija board, and yeah, so that's the dude, the kid, you see, and he killed some people, which is very unfortunate. And basically, okay, mother. All right, so that's the mother, and we'll bring these two geniuses right here. All right, so you see this. The one with the glasses is the mother, and the younger lady with the lines in her face is Shannon. So Shannon was saying, "Oh, it's just playing with a Ouija board and got bored." That's what she was like. It's just playing like it's like playing that game where you take the pieces out of the guy that's the with the tweezers, or playing the game like Candyland or Checkers. Just you got bored with it. So when you're playing with these demonic spirits and stuff, they're going to come out, and the person obviously had mental illness and was not being addressed, and probably had some unfortunate circumstances, in my opinion, that could have triggered something. And also, seeing demons and things, they should be believed, Essie. And also, Sarah, people want to see demons. Like, they let that into their life. My friend that I my friend I talked about aliens with in the past, he was saying that a lot of people let this stuff in their own lives, like they willingly choose it. So yeah, basically, like the demonic stuff. But yeah, basically, the child should have been taken seriously, and he should have been given the help he needed. Okay, Essie. Uh, Amen, Essie. I agree. Absolutely. And they cause them to do that. Yes. And I also believe the demons can influence the mental illnesses and stuff sometimes. And people can have genetic predispositions to things. And when you play with the Ouija boards and like we believe spiritually, you're letting in demons that can allow you to you let them in and cause you to do unspeakable things. Absolutely. So there you go. And a lot of people like this were into demonic things and stuff, and that's just not good. Like the spiritual stuff's real. There's mental illness and spiritual stuff. All that's real. It's not something to be ignored. You see, like, we got there. Oh yes, and no like Christian guidance. That really sucks. Where they're not being guided through Christ. That's really unfortunate. Yeah, it's not cool at all. It's like you're letting in real things. Like these things are horrible. And you see this punk like Shannon, and she's like trying to be all like cool and sweet, but you see like, and Shannon was talking about how her husband is the manager of her firm, and also basically we were having this situation here where like they just acting all like arrogant and stuff and stupid, and her daughter doesn't like her because of the ramen incident. It just was Shannon was so cringe. Yeah, and it's a sad situation, absolutely. And yeah, the mom sounds like a liar, a manipulator of Sarah Singh. Exactly, I totally agree with that. And this is another picture of them, and it's like absolutely cringe. It's cringe nation, and yeah, we agreed. Sarah, we were saying in the chat earlier that she definitely was acting stupid and acting a liar, a manipulator, not taking responsibility for her actions, focus on herself. I absolutely agree, and that's certainly what I also think was going on. Right on, Sarah. It's the parents. You know, the kid's asking for help and stuff, and you're neglecting him. Yeah. All right, we're going to do an overview of this. We're going to talk about this situation. We're going to do a complete breakdown for SC and everybody else. Here we go. We're diving right in. It is article time. What time is it? Article time. See what this looks like. All right. All good. On November 30, 2021, a mass shooting occurred in Oxford High School. In Detroit, exurb of Oxford Township, Michigan, United States, Ethan Robert Crumbly, age 15, armed with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun, murdered 4 students and injured 7 people, including a teacher. Authorities arrested and charged Crumbly as an adult for 24 crimes, including murder and terrorism. Crumbly pleaded guilty to all the charges in October 2022. On December 8, 2023, Crumbly was sentenced to life without the possibility of parole plus additional 24 years. Crumbly's parents, Jennifer and James Crumbly, were charged on December 3rd with involuntary manslaughter. And Crumbly's parents, Jennifer and James Crumbly, were charged on December 3 with involuntary manslaughter for failing to secure the handgun used in the shooting. After failing to appear for their arrangements, the parents were subjects of a manhunt by the U.S. Marshals. They were caught and arrested in Detroit on December 4. Lawsuits were filed against the school district, Oxford Community Schools, starting on December 9. They allege negligence by school officials toward warning signs exhibited by the Crumbly leading up to a shooting. So I will say, like, this is said, like, the woman, the Shannon, like, she's all like, oh, I want to delete myself. Like, she got frustrated. It's just, it's so, like, so cringe. Like, the defense, like, so cringe. And the mother seems like she's in for herself. And also, Peach was saying about, now she was saying about how this shooting was horrible, and I agree, Peach and chat. We all agree this was absolutely horrible incident. And right now, what I'm doing, I'm reading an article about the shooting so people can understand what's going on. Oxford High School used the active shooter drill known as ALICE, Alert, Lockdown, Inform, Counter, and Evacuate, which uses proactive strategies to evade a gunman such as using noise as a distraction and creating distance. The teachers were also trained to use barrier and the base of the door called night lock, which was installed on every door of the school in 2017, 3 years before such barriers were required by Michigan law. Exactly. Exactly, Sarah. No real regret either. I agree. And was installed on every door of the school in 2017, 3 years before such barriers were required by Michigan law. According to the students and parents, rumors regarding the threats of a mass shooting occurred at the school were circulating before the incident occurred, promoting some students to stay home on the day of the shooting earlier that month in response to acts of vandalism that included severed deer head. Cringe warning for chat. Cringe warning. Severed deer head being thrown off the school roof and into a courtyard. School administration published a note to parents saying they'd been investigating the rumors but found no threat. Oakland County Sheriff Michael Butchard said his office was not aware of any credible threats prior to the shooting. Surveillance footage showed Ethan entering a bathroom and then exiting it about a minute later, holding a semi automatic handgun. Immediately afterwards, Crumbly started firing in the hallway during the passing time when hundreds of students were transitioning from one class to another. When students started fleeing, a metho collie and deliberately walked down the hallway and shot in the classrooms and at students who were unable to escape until he went into another bathroom. Due to the quick response, students and staff to the gunshots, Crumbly was unable to enter any of the classrooms. According to the students, a voice over intercom alerted them to an active shooter, and their teachers started locking and barricading doors and covering windows, convincing them it was not a drill. Others recounted hearing some loud banging noises before realizing the noises were gunshots and quickly locking the door. One student who hid in the bathroom stall recalled hearing the sound of gun cocking outside the bathroom. Once the school was secured, he opened the bathroom door to find several bodies laying on the floor. At 12:51 p.m., police began receiving the first of around 100 911 calls about the shooting. Responded to the school within 2-3 minutes of the arrival of the first responders. Crumbly was arrested unharmed by a deputy assigned as a school resource officer and a second deputy who had responded to the scene. He allegedly still had 7 wounds, ammunition loaded into his gun, and 2 15-round magazines, which he was stopped by the deputies at news conference. Oakland County Under Sheriff Michael McCabe and said Crumbly gave up without any problem. The entire shooting lasted about 5 minutes, occurred southern end of the school building. After the shooting occurred, the school went into lockdown. Some students were evacuated to nearby Megere store, and one woman helped children to shelter in her house. Authorities conducted 3 sweeps of school in search of victims and evidence. At least one student posted a video to social media of people hiding in classrooms during the lockdown, where a person out in the hallway claimed to be law enforcement. Those in the classroom mistakenly believed they were speaking to Crumbly, and they subsequently fled the classroom, the windows, and were led to safety by deputy due to confusion. From the video, Sheriff Bouchard clarified during the press conference that Crumbly had never knocked on a door based on surveillance footage, and the person was likely a detective trying to calm students. Hello, Amanda. Amanda says everybody hello. And Amanda says hello to Mary. Very sweet of you, Amanda. So, Amanda, I'm talking about the Oxford shooting that happened. Today there was a closing argument, and the crimes and stuff that were going on were atrocious. And Amanda, so today I was watching Law and Crime, the live stream. I don't know if you saw it. And the defense, thank you, Amanda, about my hat. And basically what happened was Shannon, the attorney, was saying all the people at home on their keyboards that think that, like, I'm paraphrasing, calling her a bad attorney and think they know everything about what's going on and stuff. And she went on about herself and about her daughters and about her daughter and about the ramen soup and about how some of her kids don't like her, but she spent time with her son, and her husband is like this person who does stuff with he's a manager of the firm, and she's ripping on all of us, and the chat was going crazy. It's going berserk, and the 17,000 people went and roasted her. And like my friend, she was saying about a cache, like an internet cache, and she was saying cache, and I remember from like the coding stuff I do, and other people in the chat were saying it's pronounced cache. And one of my friends said to the left, to the left, to the right, cache. Funny. So it was a wild day. It was crazy, and like she was like ripping on all of us. And also, so I'm talking about the shooting that happened at Oxford School when this kid, he was seeing demons and ghosts. He was having mental problems. And he played with the Ouija boards. He kept on asking for help but never got any help. So, and the mother just was real self-centered and thought about herself the whole time. So I'm just reading this to explain to everybody what's going on here for people that may not be that informed. That's why I labeled it Oxford Shooting Rant. I was going to say something about Shannon Rant or something, but no one's going to know who that is until I talk to you all about it. All right. So, Amanda, that explains the situation. One moment. All right. I agree, Amanda, they are the worst. Three students, Madison Baldwin, age 17, Tate Meir, maybe saying that wrong. 16, Hannah St. Juliana, age 14, were deleted at the scene. May they rest in peace. Amen. Alright. And 8 of the other people were injured, including a teacher. Murray was reported shot while, cringe warning, trigger warning, attempting to stop the gunman, and he was deleted in a police vehicle en route to the hospital. No, Amanda, I didn't see that one. Welcome, Messi. And died in a hospital from his injuries at the time of this incident, was the deadliest shooting in the United States since the 2018 Santa Fe High School shooting. By the night of November 30, 3 of the injured were in critical condition, with one of them on a ventilator. Marble. One was seriously, this is very difficult, serious condition. 3 were in stable condition, and the injured teacher was discharged after being treated for a graze wound in the shoulder. The last of the injured was discharged on January 17, 2022, more than a month after the shooting. Amanda says on December 6th, 3 people were deleted, 3 more injured. And Sarah says only seen a headline. Okay. An investigation. And I'll also make clear that this kid had access to help. And just the problem with this case is not mental institutions not being available. It has to do with basically the child not asking. The child asked for help. It wasn't that there was no mental institutions there. It was because of the parents neglecting him. That's why the parents are on trial. So it's nothing to do with, like, nothing being available for some people. It has to do with the kid asking for help and being neglected by his parents that were stupid. And she cheated on her own husband, and he didn't even have the money to buy the $200 pistol. So it's just like a pathetic, pitiful situation that these parents are, that they didn't help their kid. It's like your kid's asking for help and you give him a gun. I could roll my eyes until they go in my head and not come out. Well, Amanda, glad that your niece wasn't hurt. The school was processed by authorities with video footage from the security cameras in the school building being the investigators' primary focus. And I think that certainly in this situation that the person was doing Ouija boards, they were, seeing demons and ghosts and things, and like also having mental illness, and also obviously having, in my opinion, a spiritual problem. And it'd be important for them to have Christianity, a good, Christianity and counseling and medicine and whatever else the child needed. And I pray to God that this stops happening, and this could be a wake up call for parents to give their kids the right counseling, spiritual help, and medicine if needed. Amen. The school was processed by authorities with video footage from the security cameras in the school building being the investigators' primary focus. The officials told reporters that the cameras showed some of the actual shooting and that Crumbly had clear intention to delete other students, saying he fired through a barricaded doors and aimed for heads and chest of the victims close range. A search warrant was executed at the Crumblys' home, where a cell phone, a journal, several long guns, and other items were seized as part of the investigation around the shooting and Crumblys' prior social media posts. The cell phone contained 2 videos of Crumbly, both in which were filmed the night before the shooting and in which he purportedly talked about the shooting and deleting students at the school the next day. The journal detailed his desire to shoot up the school and was quoted including, hopefully, I quote, hopefully my shooting will cause Joe Brandon to get impeached. So this person was acting like he was trying to identify with the MAGA side, with the Trump train. So he didn't like Joe Brandon, and I like how he's associating himself with a political thing. Interesting. Like that has to do with anything, because this has to do nothing with politics. This specific incident, even if that part does, but it has nothing to do with politics, and that's why I'm glad that we're all focusing on this incident. Like in the chat, we don't really talk political things. According to Sheriff Butchard, as reported on December 4, investigators had spoken with Crumbly's parents during the search of their homes, but not afterward. School response following public scrutiny of the school's handling of the reports about Crumbly's behavior. The subordinates of the Oxford Community Schools, the school district that includes Oxford High School, announced that a third-party investigation of the incident would be conducted. He also said he would recommend a review Crumbly behavior. Superintendent of the Oxford Community Schools. The school district includes Oxford High School, announced that the third-party investigation of the incident would be conducted. He also said he would recommend a review of the district's entire system to school board members. The Office of Michigan Attorney General Dana Nessel offered to conduct the investigation, but the district declined the offer. Insisted that the district stated that it would use an outside firm for the investigation. Later, during the interview with WXYZ TV, Nessel criticized the district's decision to hire a third party to conduct investigations, saying she did not believe it was appropriate. She also expressed her doubts that the results of the investigation would be made public. On December 6th, prosecutor Karen McDonald said Oxford High School officials had legal grounds to search Crumbly's backpack, and locker concerns were raised about his behavior on the day of the shooting, but they never did so for reasons which were not made clear. She also said that charges against school officials were not being ruled out. On December 8th, Nessel announced the officials' intent to review the actions taken by the school leading to the shooting, despite the district turning down her offer to do so, saying, "I really do think that incumbents open the Michigan Department of the Attorney General and the top law enforcement officer of the state to conduct further review." Exactly, Amanda. They should have had better safety measures. And also, I just think people never think it could happen to them, but anything could happen to anybody. Oh, you made tacos for dinner. That's really cool, Amanda. And it's like the parents had a full ability and capability to raise the kid and do the right thing, but they're just were into themselves, into their horses and different things, and this kid needed help and they didn't give it to him. So it's like instead of getting your kid help or medicine or something, or getting him evaluated, they gave him a a firearm. So it's just there's no excuse here. Absolutely no excuse in my opinion. Yeah, they're made with corn. Ah, facts, Essie. The shooter was identified as 15-year-old sophomore student Ethan Crumbly, born April 28, 2006. He was in class on the day of the shooting. Crumbly was placed under self-deletion suicidal watch after being taken to the county's juvenile detention facility. He initially maintained his right to silence. Exactly. Exactly, Sarah. Crumbly was born in the Atlantic Beach, Florida, 15 miles east of Jacksonville, to his mother Jennifer and father James, who both had prior minor criminal records from 95 and 2005 for DUI and check fraud. So being a criminal runs in their family. Like, remember I saw a podcast recently with one of the internet influencers from the past, Ty Lopez, and he was saying like a lot of like things are genetic. A lot of things are genetic. Like you're like, you see like back in a bloodline of people, like of business people or different groups. Like they'll have like this. It like goes down to generations. In this situation, I can apply that logic. It seems genetic, maybe a genetic predisposition. Because they were involved in criminal activity, not shooting up places, but criminal stuff. While he was a child, Crumbly's parents both worked in a business development and marketing before the family moved in Issaquah, Washington, a few years later. A former neighbor told Detroit Free Press that shortly after the family moved to Michigan, a few years later, in 2014 and 15, Crumbly's parents, Jennifer and James, often left their son home alone and without a phone while frequently frequenting bars in down Lake Orion. So, like, you see, like, for instance, like, Peach was wondering what was going on with this. So you see the parents were going to bars, committing crimes, neglecting their kid. So it's not any politician's fault. It's not, say the immigrants' fault. It's not the aliens' fault. It's the parents' fault because they neglected their kid when asking for help. Now, if a situation occurred where they were trying to help the kid and they couldn't get it, that's different. But, like, especially in a time period in 2014 15, there would have been a lot of, I think, government run things to give the people, in my opinion. But, especially around that time period. So, basically, we have, in my opinion about it, the parents are willfully neglecting the kid. The kid has a journal. Literally, you could see it. I saw it today in the courtroom. The kid wanted to delete people. He wanted to delete himself and other people. So the parents were at fault here, and in my opinion. And then the Child Protective Services Agency. Also, the complaint was sent to the Child Protective Agency. So the neighbor, give context, the neighbor became so concerned that she filed an anonymous complaint via phone to the state's Child Protective Service Agency, but she did not know if any action was taken. According to prosecutors, Crumbly's only friend moved away at the end of October 2021, and the family dog passed on, causing him to become depressed. You see, that's really unfortunate. Man's best friend. Any kind of pet going away, that's sad. So, it really was like being trapped. As of early as March 2021, he started sending his mother disturbing texts about his state of mind, which included claims about demons and ghosts inside the home. He also reportedly videotaped himself doing some atrocious things that is, like the stuff we're talking about with the deers, and made Molotov cocktails and drew a sketch of himself committing a school shooting, which he also joked about with a friend on the text messages. Crumbly alleged kept a piece of a bird in a jar. Cringe warning. Viewer discretion is advised. Cringe warning. Which he later placed in the school bathroom. So he did this thing with the parts of things and put him around the school. He seemed I don't know why the school didn't just kick him out or something. I don't know why he wasn't locked away somewhere. His parents allegedly never sought therapy for him after any of these incidences. Exactly, and a lot of people will do that, Sarah, in criminology. A lot of criminals, they'll, like, give hints about it. Like 9/11, the hints were given, references were given, and different stuff like that, in my opinion. They do that. Yeah, shout out to Korn. I like Korn. Very good. A 9mm SIG Saucer SP 2022 semi-automatic handgun. At least two 15-round magazines were recovered from Crumbly at the time of his arrest, while a third magazine was found at the school. Bouchard said James Crumbly had purchased the gun under his own name at a local shop on Black Friday, 4 days prior to the shooting. Prosecutor Karen McDonald later said Ethan Crumbly was his father at the time of the purchase, and he posted about it on social media later that day. McDonald also said to Jennifer Crumbly, referred to the gun as Ethan's new Christmas present in a social media post. Based on the recovered shell casings found in the school, authorities believe at least 30 shots were fired. It was unclear how Ethan gained possession of the gun or how it was brought to him into the school building. In Michigan, minors cannot legally possess guns other than within limited circumstances, such as when hunting with an adult. Children of the Corn, Alien of the Corn. Facts. Oh, I didn't know that, Sarah. Thanks for letting me know. And yeah, thanks, SC, for the corn shout out. Yeah. All right. Behavior immediately prior to the shooting, police said there was no indication that Crumbly had faced any disciplinary issues prior to the shooting. Still, Crumbly was reported to have met with school officials the day prior to the shooting, and once again early on the day of the shooting to discuss the behavior. Prosecutor Karen McDonald later provided a timeline regarding the meetings. The first meeting occurred after a teacher spotted Crumbly using his phone to search for ammunition, reported him. During the discussion, Crumbly told them that he and his mother, Jennifer, had recently traveled to a shooting range, that shooting sports was a family hobby. Shooting officials left a voicemail and email for Jennifer Crumbly. She did not respond, but she later texted her son saying, "LOL, I'm not mad at you. You have learned not to get caught." That's really cringe. You have to learn not to get caught. All right. All right, Sarah. The second meeting occurred on the day of the shooting after another teacher found violent drawing on Crumbly's desk, described by McDonald in a press conference as a drawing of a semi-automatic handgun pointing at the words "the thoughts won't stop, help me." In another section of the note was drawing of a bullet with the following words above the bullet: "Blood everywhere." Between the drawing of the gun and the bullet is a drawing of the person who appears to have been shot twice and bleeding. Below the figure is a drawing of the large emoji. Further down, drawing, he said, of my life is useless, and the right, the word, the world is dead. So very disturbing. Yeah, Sarah, she texted him that. She said, she said she did not respond, but later texted her son saying, "LOL, I'm not mad at you. You have to learn not to get caught." It's like they want it to happen, in my opinion. Like, you're gonna give your kid a 9mm gun and not a Bible, not some medicine or some psychological help or something, really, or not a new puppy, a new dog. That would have helped them feel better. But yeah, I and also her arrogant Shannon attorney that was throwing shade on myself and the other aliens in the chat. Cringe. The teacher took a photo of the drawing, which was on a math worksheet, and reported Crumbly. He was taken to a guidance counselor's office, where a school staff phoned Crumbly's parents requesting that they come to the school. According to the superintendent of Oxford Community Schools, while waiting for his parents to arrive, school counselors did not observe any behavior from Crumbly that indicted indicated to them that he might harm others. So him drawing all that and stuff was not an indication to them that he wants to harm other people. Yeah, exactly. I agree, Sarah. And also, according, let's see, upon their arrival, Crumbly's parents shown the drawing, which Crumbly had scribed over by that point in an attempt to conceal its contents, and instructed to seek counseling for the son within 48 hours. Otherwise, the school would call the Child Protective Services. So it looks like they did try something. Okay, they resisted the idea of Crumbly leaving to go home at the time and did not inform school officials that they had recently purchased a gun for him. He was returned to the class the same morning as he had no prior disciplinary issues. According to McDonald, at the time of that meeting, Crumbly had already placed the weapon he had to use the shooting somewhere in the school grounds. So he had it at the school already somehow. I wonder if sometimes people look at video games and they can't distinguish the difference. Like, I don't think in any prior generation you had ever heard of something like a school shooting. I'm sure it's a variety of different things, but I played, video games with my friends and stuff, but I wasn't like that because I didn't have things in my head like that. But because I wonder the different factors that could nurture and somebody with those kind of thoughts. Following the second meeting, Crumbly committed the shooting at 12:50 p.m. Prosecutors further alleged that at 1:22, 7 minutes after the first news report came in of shooting in the school, Jennifer Crumbly texted her son saying, "Ethan, don't do it." At 11:37, James Crumbly called the police to report the SIG saucer SP-22 handgun missing. Also said Ethan could be the gunman at the Oxford school. And I said, I'm not saying all people, Sarah, but some people maybe. Because I like video games too, and so do you. According to the Oxford Community Schools subordinate, on December 2nd, no discipline had been warranted at the time of the meeting with Crumbly and his parents. Sheriff Butchard said concerns about Crumbly's troubling behavior had never been shared with his office. Amanda, you didn't hear what I said. So, like I said, I play video games, and other Sarah played video games, and we never did that. But what I was saying was some people that already have a predisposition to be like that already, that were going to do it anyway, if that could have possibly have nurtured or like soil with or fertilizer with the plant, that it helped fuel and nurture it, because it reminds me of something from a video game, and I wonder like where the ideas of it came from. That's what I'm saying. But I understand there's a delay in this stream and maybe you didn't see it. But I do agree with you about that. But some people may have predispositions to things that they're probably going to do something crazy anyway. But that's just a thought. Against Ethan Crumbly. Crumbly was arraigned by a magistrate of homicide and attempted homicide charges shortly after he was arrested to allow for continued custody. But he was not immediately charged as an adult on December 1st. He was charged with terrorism, causing death, first degree deletion of people, assault with intent to murder, and possession of the firearm during the commission of a felony, with possibility of more charges being added as investigation continued. According to the Associated Press, this appeared to be the first time in the U.S. history where terrorism charge was filed in relation to gunfire incident on school grounds. Terrorism charge is provided under the Michigan law for an act as intended to intimidate or coerce civilian population, in the case Oxford High School community. Yes, Sarah, shooter games. And I've played GTA with my friends, and I never did anything like that, like what Amanda was saying. But like people that were already like that, having issues to begin with, like my friend and I in school talked about it, they already had an issue. If that could have given them some kind of an idea, and then the one copied off the other. Because like in the 80s and 90s, you didn't have things like this. So I'm not blaming the video games. It's like people, if they look at certain, like Chris Hansen was talking on Law and Crime about how they look at these people that do stuff with the inappropriate things with youngsters, saw like they could be looking at material like that to fuel them, something that's already there. And like Ted Bundy was like that. He was fueled by things that he was seeing. The Al Qaeda, from the ones at 9/11, they were fueled by their certain things from their book to do stuff. So people are already crazy, but the certain things nurture and like give fertilizer to it. So that's what I mean. And also, according to the Associated Press, this appeared to be the first time in U.S. Yeah, okay, I read that. Crumbly was charged as an adult, and the judge, Nancy T. Carn. That's a difficult word. Okay, I see it better now. Crumbly was charged as an adult, and the judge, Nancy T. Carniak, entered a plea of not guilty on behalf of he was ordered to be held without bond and relocated to the Oakland County Jail, and Carniak scheduled probable cause conference for December 13 and preliminary examination for December 20. Crumbly was appointed an attorney by the court after his parents hired lawyers for themselves, but did not do so for their son. And also, he was watching violent movies and things, and because Amanda, you're right what you're saying, but these people already had something wrong with them to begin with. You're correct. So these few people that had something wrong with them, this small percentage of people, they're going to use that as fuel for their thing that they want to do anyway. Like, it gives them an idea. So that's making myself clear. At the Crumbly's probable cause conference on December 13, Carniak postponed the upcoming preliminary examination to January 7, 2022. To allow prosecutors to review evidence, Crumbly's appointed guardian ad litem asked that he be moved back to the juvenile detention center as Crumbly could hear other adults, which violates the Michigan statute of minors being held in adult facilities. The request was denied by Carniac Assistant Prosecutor Mark Kias said he would contact Oakland County Jail regarding Crumbly's proximity to adults on January 7, 2022. Crumbly waived the probable cause hearing and was bound over for trial. And I never said it was an excuse. I'm not saying they're blaming these things. No. I'm just saying they used something specific to fuel their own fantasies about something. You can use, there's a saying, the gun is the one that deletes someone, not, no, the person behind the gun is the thing you gotta be aware of. Not the, that isn't bad in itself, having a gun, the person behind it. So, a bad movie, a violent movie or a video game is not bad in itself. It's just what the person intends to use it for. Say there's Muslims that are not bad, they're fine people, just raising their families. Then you have Muslims doing unspeakable things, because people like to cherry pick things and use stuff to their own advantage. Yeah, so, okay, Amanda and Sarah, you understand what I mean. I'm the first one to say, to not blame something for someone's actions, and to not ban video games or movies or something. Okay, come on. We here talk about horror movies and stuff all the time. I mean, I'm the first one to say that. I played video games for years with my friends, and I didn't do that. Neither did you all. So I'm glad I made that clear. I'm not one of those people that are saying to go ban all video games or the video game did it. I'm not. So, okay. Moving on. On January... Okay. Yeah, okay. On January 12, 2022, a plea of not guilty was entered on Crumbly's behalf during his arraignment. On January 26, 2022, Crumbly announced he would plead insanity via a court filing made by his lawyers. He also requested an evaluation of his criminal responsibility, which is standard procedure. Crumbly was to be evaluated by a doctor from the Center of Forensic Psychiatry. On October 24, 2022, Crumbly pleaded guilty to all charges and withdrew his intent to pursue insanity defense. He also admitted during questioning on that day that his own money was used to purchase the weapon used, and claimed that the gun was not locked away on the day of the shooting. I agree, Sarah, that the parents should be held accountable. On September 29, 2023, Judge Kwame Rowe ruled that Crumbly was eligible for a sentence of life without parole in his ruling. And Amanda, I agree with you. Alright. Rowe said that while Crumbly's youth and difficulties at home were mitigating factors, they did not outweigh the seriousness of his crime. Rowe also pointed out that Crumbly's obsession with violence had presented during this time in jail, citing an incident wherein Crumbly accessed violent material online using a hacked laptop. You see? That's what I mean. All right. As a juvenile, Crumbly was enlisted and entitled to a hearing under 2012, a 2012 U.S. Supreme Court ruling in Miller versus Alabama to determine whether he would be eligible for parole after serving at least 25 years. A formal sentencing was scheduled December 8, 2023. Crumbly was sentenced to life without the possibility of parole. On December 9, it was announced that Crumbly had been sentenced to life in prison without parole. Right before the sentencing, Crumbly apologized to the courtroom and stated that any sentence that they asked for, I asked that you do impose it on me, and it was truly sorry. And also, I'll say that in the 50s, in the 60s, the 40s, I'm sure you had crazy people like this or predisposed to be like this. And I wonder why, like, back in the 50s and 40s and 80s, 90s, they didn't have these kind of things happening in schools, as far as I know. I don't know why that is. I don't know who gave someone the idea to do that. So I know that people can watch something or play something like we do and see a game, but other people might see an idea for something else. And one of the people I was talking to thinks social media is to blame for it, but we use social media and not have a problem with it. But a lot of youngsters have problems with social media and have been taken over by it. So it's a big mess. So I do wonder who is to blame, Amanda. I do. And I would like to know what you think who's to blame here is. Your thoughts about that. And against Crumbly's parents. All right. Announcement of charges after announcing the charges against Ethan Crumbly. Prosecutor Karen McDonald told reporters that her office was also considering criminal charges against Crumbly's parents, Jennifer and James, in connection with the shooting. She had responsible gun ownership was crucial to stop tragedies, and those who are irresponsible with their firearms should be held accountable. On December 3rd, McDonald had held a press conference in which she announced that both parents were being charged with 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter for their failure to secure the gun. Crumbly used the shooting it as a rare instance of the parents' charged relation to school shootings. Like back in the 50s and stuff, in the 40s, like people were learning how to use guns. They did Boy Scouts. I was talking to one of my friends in another chat, and he was, he learned how to use it when he was a kid. So basically, how the guns back then, people didn't do stuff like this when they had a gun, and especially the parents are saying like there was a family hobby. They thought he would just have a hobby to use a gun to shoot at the range, but he's trying to go and delete people. So yeah, people should have the Second Amendment. It would be preferable for people to learn how to use firearms and play things and stuff, games and stuff. But like it seems in this time period, we could all agree something's going on here. Something's I'm not too sure what's going on. All right. And yeah, they used to have rifle clubs in school. All right, I see. And Sarah's saying the mother's family were alcoholics and abusive. She chose not to let them make her life choices. Right? Right, I see. And she's saying that the firearms are illegal over there. Right. And Also, and this is a rare instance about them being involved with being charged about the school shooting. Usually, parents aren't charged with that. Amanda says could be many factors like they're putting in the food and the water, the air, the kids bullied a lot, depressed issues at home with family, a variety of different factors. I see Amanda, and I do think that like we drink the same water and food and stuff, and we don't want to do stuff like that. And like I drink the water and the food like you do, and like we don't do that. And I wonder if someone played a video game or saw some movie and got an idea for the school shooting. Like they could do that at a school when a regular person would think that. But like it just shows you these demented people what they're thinking. And I do agree, Amanda, about it could be quite a few different factors, especially being bullied and things like that. And I like gardening and the water. That I understand that things are processed and stuff are not natural. Like I like planting things in the garden. So those are good points, Amanda. Thank you for sharing your thoughts. After charges were announced against Crumbly's parents, Jennifer and James, an alert was issued hours later by state authorities as Crumbly's had left the Oxford Township area. Both were supposed to appear with their attorneys to turn themselves in, but failed to do so. The Oakland County Sheriff's Office, Federal Bureau Investigation, FBI, the U.S. Marshal Service, and the Oakland County Fugitive Apprehension Team were searching for the parents. The FBI said they were not involved at the time. And Amanda said that I don't drink tap water either, Amanda. I don't drink that either, and that's a good question. That's a good question about the tap water. And shortly after the Crumblies' attorney, Detroit Free Press, the clients did not flee, rather left town for their own safety and would return to be arranged. However, both parents missed their 4 p.m. arrangement and remained at large. Under Sheriff McCabe told CNN the attorneys had talked with their parents after attempting to reach them by phone and text without success. CNN reported that Jennifer and James had withdrawn $4,000 at an ATM in Rochester Hills December 3. Had they turned to their cell phones late December 3. U.S. Marshals released wanted posters for Jennifer and James. Also announced the reward for $10,000 for information leading to their arrest. Give some context about this too. And Sarah, I like you in the chat. You're doing good. You're doing good. At around 11:05 p.m. on December 3, police received a tip from a business owner who found Crumbly's vehicle in his parking lot in Detroit, about 40 miles from Oxford. The man also said he saw Jennifer Crumbly, who fled. Upon being spotted, police responded to the scene about 20 minutes later and established a perimeter in the area. At around 2 a.m. on December 4, police took the couple into custody after finding them in a first floor room at a nearby commercial building. In a press conference on December 4, located county sheriff reported that the person had assisted the parents in entering the building. that additional charges may be filed against them in relation to their fleeing, and there would also be charges brought against individuals who had helped them. He also said the Crumbleys were unarmed and very distressed during the arrest, and there was no incident that they had planned to surrender. Yes, Sarah, so they're on the run while the son's in jail. Yeah, lack of morals, exactly, Essie. The person believed to have assisted the Crumbleys identified himself through his attorney as the Oakland County resident who operated a business inside the building. He claimed to not have been aware that the couple was wanted by authorities. At the time, he allowed them to stay in his workspace. However, he declined to elaborate on the nature of his association with them. He questioned by authorities who described him as being cooperative. Police conducted search at his home in Torrey and seized several digital devices. Yeah, while on the run, yeah. Jennifer and James Crumbley were arraigned the morning of December 4. While they pleaded not guilty to the charges, bail at $500,000 each was set on them. Federal prosecutors began investigating whether federal laws were violated when James Crumbley purchased a handgun for his son. The Crumbleys were held at Oakland County Jail, where their son was also being confined. Also, all three were put in isolation, monitored under suicide watch, and not allowed to interact for an indefinite amount of time. During the Crumbleys' probable cause of the conference on December 14, judge postponed their preliminary exemption to February 8, 2022, while setting bond hearing for January 7 of that year. During the bond hearing, the judge sided with the prosecutors and declined to lower the Crumbleys' bond, saying they were a flight risk and charges were too serious to warrant lowering. In early 2024, the judge in their cases ruled that Jennifer Crumbley and James Crumbley would be granted separate trials, the first of which was scheduled to begin January 23, 2024. The Crumbleys have been held in jail over 2 years, awaiting trial. Sarah says, at the start of the end of the day, everyone needing God's guidance, His commandments, life sustaining, not spoken in the schools nowadays. Amen, Sarah. And in the homes, people are distancing themselves from religion. And also he played with the Ouija boards and stuff. On December 9, multiple survivors of the shooting filed two 100 million lawsuits against Oxford Community Schools as its employees. At least one suit alleges that school officials failed to stop the shooting. It ignored several warning signs such as threats posted to social media. that had been brought to the school's attention. On December 10, a lawyer representing two of the survivors questioned a judge to order school officials to restore and preserve social media pages and other evidence that she claimed was willfully destroyed by the district following the shooting. The judge granted the request. Okay, Amanda, I'm glad that you don't do that anymore. Amen, Amanda. You see, because this kid, like, this isn't even about video games and stuff. Just scratch that out in this specific case. He was playing with the Ouija boards and things like that, and he was seeing demons and ghosts around the house and things. So, in my opinion, through a spiritual perspective, besides him having mental issues, mental assistance he needed, he also was having evil spirits around him, in my opinion. So, right. Good point, Amanda. I like the chat has been doing very good tonight. I like the conversation, and everybody's been making excellent points. A great discussion. Too many cool people in here. Oxford Community Schools filed motion to dismiss the original 100 million lawsuit on December 14, claiming that the survivors' attorney filed without conducting a due diligence required the rules of professional responsibility, and it was done in an effort to be the news. The complaint filed by the district legal representatives claimed that one-time dean of students had been included as defendant due to the survivor's attorney not removing him. The man had received death threats and suffered from significant emotional stress. The complaints argued that the man should be removed from the suit and the survivor's attorney giving sufficient sanctions. On January 8, 2022, survivors of the shooting filed an updated 100 million lawsuit that added 11 new counts against the named school officials. The updated lawsuit included the principal and the other administrators, accusing them of gross negligence, and alleging that their actions caused serious and permanent physical and emotional trauma. According to the lawsuit, the school officials were aware of the disturbing posts made by Crumbly on social media, as well as his tendencies towards cruelty, but they still allowed him to continue attending the school and directed teachers and counselors to discourage reports of Crumbly's behavior. On January 19, 2022, the superintendent of the Oxford Community Schools issued a statement disputing the accusations made against the district and lawsuit. He said that the school officials did not discover or were not informed about the ammunition being displayed to others by Crumbly, and that they were not aware of the Crumbly's social media presence, that all tips made to the school authorities through OK to say Lipline during November 2021 had been forwarded to investigated by law enforcement, and that the different students, not Crumbly, was responsible for leaving a jar with the birds at the school bathroom. He also said Crumbly had met with counselor and a dean of students prior to the shooting, but not with other school administrators or the restorative practices coordinator. Additionally, the superintendent claimed that Oxford High School principal and assistant principals ran toward the sound of gunfire to administer aid to injured and look for the gunman. On January 24, 2022, the district asked federal judge to suspend the lawsuit until the criminal trials Crumbly and his parents were concluded, saying the lawsuit could interfere with prosecution of the Crumblies. Yeah, Sarah's saying she remembered this with the Columbine shooter. Exactly. And I would say, like, with anybody, I think it's good for people to nothing wrong with playing games and seeing movies and stuff, but I do think a lot of negativity would, and I could be hypocritical here, would, if someone listens to a sad song, they'll get sad. If someone listens to an angry song, they might get angry, but not like a school shooter. I'm not even talking about school shooters or anything like that. Just in general, I think that everything in moderation is good, just in general. Two shooters. Thanks, Amanda, for letting me know. Many students were traumatized and distressed by the shooting, and they were affected by the loss of their climates or had seen bodies on the ground. The Michigan Department of Health and Human Services supplied help and support to the students and their families. More than 3.2 million in resources had been approved by the Oakland County Board of Commissioners in response to the shooting since November 30. Oxford Community Schools closed down its schools for the rest of the week. The district's reopening plan included a soft opening that included a law enforcement presence and trained clinicians being standby for support. In December 2021, the district's superintendent announced that when classes resumed after the holiday break, all middle and high school students would be required to wear clear backpacks, while all elementary school students would be required to keep their backpacks in lockers or cubies all day. However, Oxford's high school remained closed, and students had been attending classes at buildings until January 24, 2022. All right, memorials and fundraisers. 3 prayer services were held on the night of 30 November 30, attended by hundreds. A memorial was created outside the school with stuffed animals and flowers left behind. A candlelight vigil was held at Michigan State University on December 7 to honor victims of the shooting. An online petition was started to rename the school's stadium after Tate Murray, one of the victims killed in the shooting. A memorial patch to commemorate the victims and the shooting was created in Michigan. Wolverines, the Michigan Wolverines football team that was first worn on December 4 during the Big Ten championship game. The Detroit Lions and Minnesota Vikings also created t-shirts and hats, wore a helmet patch to commemorate the victims for their Week 13 game December 5, while player Jalen Elliott wore an alternate version of his number 42 jersey, which bore Murray's name. Was also given honorary 5-star rating by sports recruitment site 24/7 Sports. He received an honorary offer to the Michigan State University. A GoFundMe was created by the family member of the victim, Madison Baldwin, to help pay for the funeral costs. Baldwin's family created a hashtag with her name to identify the acts of kindness to support, honor her. Additional fundraisers for the victims and their families were seen. Crowdfunding pages by local businesses and by selling items such as T-shirts to help over to cover medical, funeral, and other costs. Other use the phrase Oxford Strong to sell fundraising items as a hashtag on social media. The phrase was also used to identify drop box locations set by the township for cards and letters of support. The organization March for Our Lives held an event in Oxford on December 12 and shared experiences with the students in Oxford High. Copycat threats and arrests. Copycat threats against numerous Metro Detroit schools were made the following day, December 1st, leading many other areas districts to cancel classes for at least one day. According to Sheriff Burchard, at least 60 schools were affected by the closures. By December 3, at least 519 schools in 70 different districts in Michigan and 6 other states had closed their schools down in the wake of additional threats. Butchard also vowed to investigate, and Oakland County Prosecutor McDonald said they will press criminal charges against anyone who threatens violence at schools in the country. Schools around the country face threats through social media on December 7, with some closing as precaution. Others increased security and police presence on campuses even after investigating the threats and finding that they lacked credibility. With some threats coming from other states, multiple police stations and school districts issued statements about the threats, accusations, and individuals who made them. An additional statement was issued by TikTok, where a large majority of threats were allegedly identified as being made. The company removed many of the threats. Video posted was working with law enforcement. Oh, Sarah, that's on topic. You. This is the same kind of bracket of things. That's not far off topic. Good question. So Sarah says off topic. Sec. Any more info on that LV man who shot up the music concert years ago? Fell into the rabbit hole. I still don't know what happened to him. Yeah, I hope Sunday school activities can make a comeback. And Sarah, I'll look that up after I read this. SC says you have to be sick in the head to head into call into school and do that after this incident. Yeah, I agree. I agree. So this is the response. President Joe Biden and U.S. Representatives Elisa Slockton, whose district includes Oxford High School, expressed their condolences over the shooting. Governor Gretchen Wilmer said in a statement that she was devastated for the students, staff, and families of the school, calling gun violence public health crisis. Whitmer also ordered all flags in Michigan to fly half staff. Democratic politicians, Michigan legislator, vowed to pressure new gun control legislation and revive stalled bills relating to gun control. Okay, Amanda says after the shooting, he deleted himself. Families of victims of the Sandy Hook Elementary School shooting expressed their solidarity with their families of Oxford shooting. In addition, survivors and families of victims in Parkland High School shooting expressed outrage over Oxford shooting. They expressed their desire to continue fighting for change. Hmm. Hey, Jacob. All right, Jacob. Thanks. Thanks for letting us know. All right. So, according to Amanda, he deleted himself. Amanda says, Sarah, people here still remember that day every year. There's Vegas strong, strong stuff all over. That was just insane what happened. I couldn't even imagine how scared those people all were. I agree with you, Amanda. Absolutely. And Sarah said that her aunt always loved going to Vegas, and two dear friends used to live there. Thank you all for, participating in the stream. I appreciate it. And commenting or listening, I really appreciate it. So that was an unfortunate shooting. When was the first one? Now, this was something I didn't know. Let's see. According to K-12 academics, the first recorded school shooting occurred in July 1764, near what's now the city of Greencastle, south central Pennsylvania. A group of Lenpine Native Americans Indians attacked a schoolhouse there, killing its teachers and many of 10 students. Now that's kind of different. That's different than what we're talking about, but yeah, there you go. But the first high school massacre was April 20, 1999. That was when the first one happened. Yeah, these are the cats of the control room. Yeah. And Sarah, she says, my grandparents visited here. My uncle used to live here when I was a kid, years ago. It was a much better city. I see, Amanda. Yeah, definitely. I didn't know that. Thank you for telling us about that. All right. Thank you, Essie. I'm glad that you enjoyed it. Amanda says, I never go to crowded places like that. Very thankful that growing up when I used to that, nothing bad ever happened. You're right for sure. Always be aware. Yeah, facts, Amanda. And it's good that you had good experiences, Amanda, coming up. And the grandparents visited her, and uncle used to live here when she was a kid years ago. It was much better city. Yeah. Let's see. All right, so chat, those that are here. So, what do you all think about? What are your thoughts about the Oxford shooting situation? I'd like to know your thoughts about it. Yeah, Jacob, I agree. A good point. He says at this point, not having a guardian program or well vetted resource officers, it's thumbs down. Yeah. Yeah, Amanda, having everybody spread out with a lot of my friends, like you all on YouTube, it's like I can relate to it, like having family spread out, and also my biological family and my YouTube family is spread out. So yeah, I understand what you mean. It'd be nice if family could be closer. So I asked you all what y'all's thoughts were on that on this shooting topic, and I think that it's very tragic. I think the parents neglected him and they ignored all the signs and said her attorney was is cringe, and hopefully the I don't believe the jury will throw down the books. Yeah, and I like my the rant I did about it tonight. Yeah, it was funny. Not a funny situation, but the way I did it was humorous. Uh, Sarah says agree with Jacob said Fosher. Fosho. And just rest in peace, to the victims and to the families, and you know, shout out to them. And hopefully this doesn't happen again. The first shooting like this happened in '99. And let's see. Amanda has some thoughts about it. Amanda says, "Alien, that I feel like that whole shooting could have been prevented. Why did this child even have a gun? How wasn't he stopped at the school? Just awful. These keep happening." Exactly, Amanda. Excellent point. You see, so why did he have a gun? That is the question of the hour. And it's like basically with this situation, you have like they gave him as a gun as a gift. They didn't give him a new dog or puppy. They didn't get him the help he needed. They just gave him some new like a new gun. Exactly, and it's like they ignored all the signs. He asked for help. He was seeing demons. He was playing with the Ouija boards. It's just so evil. Yeah, bingo, Amanda. Facts. And Sarah says, for sure, parents had influence, and also, unless address the spiritual part of the situation, hard to resolve another similar situation. Exactly. I believe also in the spiritual, and that this person was in the evil spirits and stuff, and he lacked religious guidance, which I also agree that caused that absolutely did not help the situation. Okay, so Amanda, uh, I'll give you some context about what I'm talking about now, since you understand the situation. So basically, I'll show you some pictures. All right. So to answer your question, both the mother and father were arrested, and for neglect and on law, on the law and crime, they're talking about the trial that I was talking about. To go back to my point, since we're all caught up with it, she she's on trial. The mother's on a trial, and she has this attorney, this lady right here, and basically today was they were doing their closing arguments, the both sides, and she was the my point about my ranting from earlier. Maybe you weren't here. Was that Shannon, the lawyer, was saying about how the people on the keyboards at home, like saying that she's a bad attorney and they think they know everything. I'm paraphrasing. So, and then the entire chat went off on her, and it was hilarious. And then, like, no one ever threw shade on us before, and they're not even supposed to be looking at what's going on online. And so the whole thing is like this. The mother's on trial about it, and she seems very self centered in my opinion and others' opinions, and her and he's also in a separate trial for neglect. Like it's clear that the son has calling for help and trying to get help, and she neglected him. So that's what the big dispute is, if she's really guilty or not. And it's like I think it's neglect. Like I don't know, you give your son a gun but not a dog or some help or a Bible or something. And so that was the dispute, and and a lot myself and others' opinions that Shannon, the lawyer, was acting like a buffoon and a clown, and she had a big stack of these a tower of these text messages, and they're about to fall over. And hey, Super D, good to see you. And basically, what happened was the judge was like, the Leaning Tower of Pisa is about to fall over, because one of my friends in the chat, she was saying how look at the Leaning Tower of Pisa, and the judge said the same thing. And it was like leaning over, and everybody was waiting for it to fall. This was a couple of days ago, maybe last week or something. And basically, that she was. So today they're saying the people at home on their computers. That's the director of Law and Crime, Addie, and all these other people, and myself, that were throwing shade on her, were being called out, and that was absolutely hilarious. And this chat was like, and I and others were roasting her like that day, today, and it was a couple hours. It was really fun, and I think that the jury's going to definitely see her as guilty, because like the defense wasn't really good defense, and she had these flashcards, these index cards, and reading like she's trying to teach people ABCs or something, and then like Mary Toodles was saying how this lady didn't sound that like speak that well. My grandma said that, well, seeing the lawyer was like she didn't think it was that good either. Like it's like goofy, and she wanted to. And Amanda, the lawyer of the mother, said when she was frustrated, she wanted to delete herself during the trial, and she kept on trying to fight the prosecution. And as I said, the facts. It's like the kid was clearly writing in his journal that he needed help. He wasn't getting it. He was seeing demons. He was playing with Ouija boards and having mental and spiritual issues. And everybody's trying to get him help, and they give him a 9mm pistol. And Sarah says a good point. She says, "How can she not be weeping? She is nothing touch with reality. Exact, not in touch with reality. Exactly." And then she was very self-centered, very into herself. Like she was trying to give herself comfort. That's basically what I got the impression off the mother, the one wearing the glasses in this specific picture. The younger lady uh, is the is the attorney. Yeah, she took the stand today and was talking, and they're talking about the horses and the stuff on the farm, and it's expensive, and it's like, if you don't do that, and you go and do something else, I think that would be a really good idea. So Monday, we're going to see the jury's going to dispute about this. Yeah, so that's why, see, chat, like, so those that are just coming in here or whatever, I'm talking about a trial that's going on because of a school shooting that happened, and the parents, so the first time the parents are being tried because of neglect, that the child was asking for help, school was telling them they need help, and they help contribute to the son's situation. So the parents are being tried separately. I read an article earlier in the stream about this specific story about the mother, and also talking about the background generalization, and here we are now, kind of like the this other part about it. So, and Law and Crime was doing this. They've been streaming this, and I've been keeping up with it and watching it with my other chat friends in the Greater Spaceship. So basically, the woman, like, she was talking about, like, different things, like, what they do and stuff like that, and also when the attorney was doing her, when she was talking earlier, she was talking about, like, how her kids, I'm like, the kids didn't like her. Like, one of them was upset with her because the ramen soup didn't go right, and so the kids could see that, and she was admitting her faults, a lot of her faults she was admitting, and her shortcomings, and it's like, it was hilarious. Like, she was like kind of talking about herself, and it's just, they got, everyone was like, they got this woman to defend her, and it's like, one of them asked me, we're asking, like, where did they get the woman from, and I'm like, they probably got her from a dating website or something. Like, yeah, it's just, in my opinion, I have family that's a lawyer and stuff, and so I see some of this stuff go on, and, like, I like watching criminology stuff and trials and things, and this was very, poor conduct by the defendant side. Yeah, it's heartbreaking. Exactly, Sarah, about what Jacob is saying. So there's Jacob saying a lot of schools around Indiana here are like that. The high schools only have full officers, and that this questionable to Sarah, and Sarah said just heartbreaking. Absolutely. So hopefully, in my opinion, the mother is guilty of neglect. Okay, neglecting the kid, giving the kid a pistol as a gift, ignoring him, not giving him help. You reap what you sow. Right. And hopefully, current children, hypothetically, that may be going through something, get the help they need, and this never happens again. Like I was saying, the attorney looked like she's from Harry Potter. And these are the two parents. And that's all three of them. Yeah, they all have a demented look. Exactly. Exactly. And we have that. We have some frustration. Yeah. So this is and you had many witnesses and people come up to the stand. It was, it was a very interesting trial. In the live stream that I'm watching, they're not mentioning the kid's name in the trial or in the chat. Like they don't mention him because they don't want to bring attention to him. But I'm just letting you all know about this stuff here, like what's going on for those that didn't know. So like in the law and crime chat, they don't like say his name specifically. Really, they just focus on the victims, rightfully so, to not really give him attention. Now, yeah, I don't know, Mary. I'm seeing that it happened in 1999. It was the one that happened in '99, the Columbine shooting. And also remember, we have a lot of technology and stuff now, so I think information like this would be able to get out better than it did before. Because back in the day, you didn't really like have technology to spread the word, but now you have the technology to spread the word. Okay, Super D, thanks. Yes, correct, Super D. Yes. Yes, so it was 1999. This was the first one. Eric and Dylan. They were high school seniors who perpetrated the Columbine High School massacre. Okay, so it was so 99 was when the first one happened. Yes, Amanda, I mentioned that earlier about Mary Pontiniac's rebellion school massacre, July 26, 1764. I talked about that a little bit earlier. Maybe y'all didn't catch that, but I'll mention it again. It was, I think, a different type of situation, but it still counts. All right. On July 26, 1764, the Delaware Lenape Native Americans entered a settler's log schoolhouse in province of Pennsylvania and deleted the schoolmaster Enoch Brown and 10 students. One other student named Archie McCall was wounded. McCullough. Bubbles. Bubbles, don't. Be right back. Don't bite your tail. Don't bite your tail. Stop biting your tail. You're doing this during a live stream? Relax. Okay, Bubbles was trying to attack his own tail. Bubbles, the white cat, and I calmed him down just now. Yeah, he wants attention. He stole the show, and thanks Amanda for mentioning this. So this is the first school shooting. Okay, thank you, Super D. You see, that's another thing. I think with a lot of the internet and the technology, we're able to know more about these shootings and these incidences that happen because back then they didn't have the technology to like know what's going on right when something happens. So that was an explanation, I think, that these things could have happened before. They given them happened before, and they just like didn't have like a technology to tell everybody about it, like the way we know about things now. So Super D says, school shootings. I'm gonna do something so I could see the full thing that he's saying. Okay, let's see. School shootings before the Columbine were actually pretty common, just not widely covered. The earliest I can think of with a high victim count was in 1891 in the Parson Hill Schoolhouse in Mississippi. Thanks, Super D. I'd never heard about that. I never knew that. Thanks. Historians Richard Milton described the massacre as one of the most notorious incidents of Pontiac's War. On 26/17/64, Delaware Native Americans entered the log cabin and they did the shooting. Well, Mary Toodles, I said what you said. I'm not ignoring you. The parents are most responsible. Then the school, it's not really the kid's fault. He asked for help. So sad and avoidable. Thank you, Mary. I didn't ignore you. What else? Bath school's disaster in 1927. An explosion was set in Michigan. 38 children were killed. Okay. Thanks, Mary. I didn't quite see that right away. Now it looks like with Bubbles, he's trying to come. He's trying to come up here and steal the show, and basically like, yeah, I didn't know about these things, and thank you, Mary and Super D for and Amanda for talking about other incidences that happened, and so clearly this happened before, and that's where these ideas of it came from. So basically, with that one, I'll say something brief about this one. And also, I'm pressing enter, and pressing enter, pressing enter. Okay, there we go. I agree that there needs to be consequences for the actions, and yeah, Jacob says Mary, thumbs up. The Bath School disaster is known as Bath School Massacre, was a series of violent attacks perpetrated on Andrew Kilo Kehoe upon the Bath Charter, United States, May 18, 1927. The attacks killed 38 of the youngsters and 6 adults. Alright, so it was a bombing. Oh, Super D has a spooky fact for us. And we like to talk about spooky things here. Super D says creepy fact about the Columbine. Eric Harris enjoyed playing the video game Doom and created his own levels. These levels are still available for download on the internet. Well, thank you, Super D, for letting us know about that. I knew, sometimes they might want to play certain games and things. Not that that causes people to do stuff, but some people might like that. I'm sure he had something like that. All right. All right. So you have that. So and also, oh, here he is. The attention seeker is coming. Come on, you want to tell people hello? Of course you do. See, here he is. Bubbles is here. Here's his tail. Yeah, he stole the show. It's not mine anymore. Super D says he believed he could just download it from the Internet Archive. He's actually played them. He put his email address on the walls of the levels, asking players to contact him. Oh well. He's purring. He's happy. Yeah, and like Peach was saying, there's a lot of these these satanic things, and it's also best to be careful. But in this situation, it's okay, to talk about it in the context that we're speaking of to try to expose the truth, what's going on. And she was also, saying about the importance of having good Christian structure and getting help and things like that, and how with the people that are letting in these demonic things into themselves by playing these Ouija boards and stuff, and the evil spirits, and people that have been having some genetics, some mental problems, need some help, or had abuse or something. And yeah, it's really a sad situation. As I said, hopefully this can stop happening. Right. Yeah, and Bowles agrees with us too. And he gets shy of the camera. One time he clawed my back and my shoulder and all during one of the calls. Right. Okay, this one. Yeah, yeah, he was sorry. He didn't mean it. He just got a little bit. He got stage fright and he has anxiety. Let's see what I could do here. See? There he is. Let's see, we'll switch it over a little bit. Y'all can see him better. You're on TV, Bubbles. He said hello to everybody. Yes, he is. Right there, that's a knight that I have, like a castle knight. That's what that statue is. Right. Yeah, and he likes the conversation, and it's his stream now. It's not mine anymore. He stole the show. This cat can hear, as far as we know. Yeah, he could hear. We had a gray cat that was kind of deaf. Let's see. Right. Yeah, cute Bubbles. Yeah. Yeah, Mary Toodles says she misses Bubbles. Yeah, he wanted to be this. He wanted to have the attention. Yeah, thanks, Jacob. I'm glad you think the kitty's cool. That plate over there, right there. I made that thing that face back there. I made that in like preschool. Now it's on YouTube. It's about time, for it to be there. So basically, yeah, that was some pretty cool info. Really, I'm glad I got that out of my system about the stream. How like the friends and I were joking around about her and the and like defending ourselves against the attorney that was talking about us online when we're supposed to just be NPCs, and also just the this whole circus trial was just really interesting. I've watched a bunch of trials, but that one I was really keeping up with, and basically I liked that we got to talk about it, and I got to get some stuff off my chest about it, especially today. Really fun, and but thrilling, and it's like kind of cringe too. All right. Yeah, I would like to see some more shorts of Apple. It was cringe. Yeah, yeah. In a way, it is cringe. But like basically, with I got getting he today it was fun with the dude was like to the right, to the left, cache, because she wouldn't say cache. She would say cache. It's called cache in a web browser. It's like, and everybody was like, "Oh!" And the chat was like, the chat was going 90-0. It was going like a speedometer. All right, and now I am about to end it. Now we completed the stream, so we are closing up now. Yes, yes, Sarah, absolutely. And we had a really, as I said, it was a cringe but a cool stream tonight, and I'm glad for the information everybody provided that came here. People watching, seeing the reruns, I really appreciate it. Apple wears pants now. Oh, nice. All right, seeing any final thoughts from chat, people here. All right, and he's doing good. The cat. Yeah, and as I tomorrow it's gonna rain over here pretty hard. Well, today, yeah, yeah, Saturday, and yeah, in Michigan. Thanks, Mary. And also, we're having so we have that, and I have my garden set up and some of the seeds planted and all that stuff. Thanks, Super D. And he says, everybody have a nice weekend. Yes, everybody have a nice weekend, and thank you all for coming. Glad you liked it, Amanda, and peace. Also, thank you, Mary Toodles, too, and everybody that came here and participated, and were NPCs in the background, too.